Hello. Hello. How's it going? Horns fan? Mystic Soul Samurai, Spirit Noodle, Esper. How's it going, guys? And thank you so much, Dark A9, for the 6 months. Thank you so much for the resub. MK, how are you? How's it going, guys? Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you're having a good start to your week. I always am whenever it comes to Ace Attorney Mondays. I cannot wait. The goal today is to finish this one. The goal today is to finish this case. I think we can do it. We did a decent amount. We did at least a couple hours in the last stream. Maybe 3 on this case. So I think we can do it. I hope so. God, this music's so good. How's it going, Nora? How are you? Good morning to you. And Yuki Berry, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Really appreciate it. Very exciting. Thank you so much. And as always, if you... wow. Wow, thank you, MK, for the 4 months. Ace Attorney Mondays are the highlight of my week. I'm so glad to hear it. It's one of the highlights of my week as well. I can't stress enough how much I enjoy playing this game. It's been so much fun. And we're actually getting kind of, not super close, but soon we're going to have to start thinking about Great Ace Attorney 2. So just for anyone who's resubbed, if you want to put that towards Great Ace Attorney 2, you can. It's still pretty early in the percentage. How's it going, Jaman? The England game's exciting, eh? Ebsabius, how's it going? Trayla, how's it going? And yes, so thank you for the resubs, guys. You have so much to look forward to, I can't wait. I finished the Great Ace Attorney 2 yesterday. Oh boy, the payoffs. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. This will be a few hours? Okay, well, we'll try our best to finish it today. Yeah, the second game is not funded. I don't know if there's a mod in chat currently, but if not, you guys can just let me know where you want that to go towards. The goals are right there. Glad you enjoyed them so much, Nora. I wish you didn't have class on Mondays as well, but I'm glad you're able to come in the capacity you're able to. One sec. Okay. So yeah, let us continue, I guess. I love this song so much. Dilcor, how are you? I can't believe you came back, I'm so touched. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it, relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese. I forgot about that part. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. Ramuki, how are you? On the other hand... Oh my god. Oh, I'm being blessed so early. I'm being blessed so early. It's a great game, Dilcor. It's really good. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you. The miserable, rotten spy. Ooh. I love how in response to the miserable, rotten spy, he does the pose. Oh my god, he is the best. Hairlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? How's it going, Haylocks? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? He is the most unserious. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Hairlock Sholmes? Ugh. Yeah, 3 people on the screen at the same time. This is brand new. We have never had this before. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should have never come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life has been damned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He's shaking more than me after pulling 3 all-nighters in a row. I hope you're not referring to right now, Haylux, and just in general. I know that feel. I've been to university. He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. Good morning, Ron. And how's it going, Slack Prince? I hope you enjoyed the VODs. I got good sleep today? Perfect. I hope you enjoyed the VOD, Slack Prince. And how's it going, Ron? Oh yeah, I got your message, Yuki Berry, and I said thank you very much for the resub. Thank you, I really appreciate it. And I hope you continue to enjoy. Ooh, what is this? And just like I said in the beginning, if you haven't put your subs towards something, you can. There were 3 resubs, I think. Yuki Berry, MK, and Dark9. This duology of games may even be my favorite Ace Attorney games. I can see it. I can see it easily becoming my favorites in the series. Maybe not easily, but I can see it for sure. The trajectory at the moment is me liking it more than 1 and 2, and not quite as much as 3, but I think Great Ace Attorney 2 will change that. 2%, how are you? Very atmospheric. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That really agitated him. You don't mean this trial really is cursed? This guy floats into frame. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? No, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution, ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, this game's so funny. This game's so clever. It'll go to JJK? Sounds good, Yuki. Ron, if you could put that towards JJK for Yuki Berry? If not, if you're busy, I can do it in a second. Yeah, someone mentioned that last stream, Pavlox. And MK's is going to Great Ace Attorney 2. "16 words exactly." Oh my goodness, can it really be true that was 16 words? Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, The defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? I still can't believe he's dead. Thanks, Ron. I'm impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Shones. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Hey, Kurtman. Hope you enjoyed the first one. That was explosive. He couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? Are we gonna have these two goats meet? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Sosuke-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. Oh. Herlock confirmed a Van Zeeks stan? This is unbelievably amazing lore. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, while the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. He really did, Pavlox. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about, okay, sorry. So you're talking about retrospectively having played both games, which I didn't know, but I thought you were talking about, like, his overall impression, because Herlock Sholmes from the beginning just seems like an idiot, but he's very learned. Like, he knows some stuff. The end of last trial, or the end of the second trial, right here as well. So I'm interested to see how deep the well is. And did the England game end 5-1, Jaman? Or, Kurtman? Anyone who was watching? And Canada has not played yet. They're playing either, I think, Wednesday or Thursday, one of those 2 days. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. Me too, Yuki Berry. I love him so much. But it means the wrong verdicts can be passed. I wanted to mention the landlord has a limo like Watson, and the name mix-up in the book is a reference to Watson being mistakenly called James instead of John in the story. My goodness. They thought of everything, didn't they? Oh, limp, not limo. Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't remember a limo. Gotcha. 6-2, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch Canada. That's gonna be, oh man. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam. It's simply the reality of the situation, and that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, me too, Kurtman. We have a very solid team, but the group is difficult. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed. When you say accursed lodgings before, or when you said it, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume. Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. Yeah. I feel that big time, Ron. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. It must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. I wonder, Esper. The rent is cheap, I have so little money it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room's cursed. Oops." Oh boy. If you have something to say, then say it, but don't mention it in the but if not, don't mention it in the first place. Yes, well said. But it was true, it was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. Right, Dilcor? My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death, and in my waking hours, people are being stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison, nobody wants to know me, I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Yes, Critty. Big references throughout this game. If only there was someone, just one person, on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really no one at all? To believe, yes, to believe. To believe. Stay tuned to the rest of the game to find out, Pavlox. Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Beria, if you recall. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. No. Well, yes. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. He forgot? What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. It's Herlock Sholmes, my goat. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. Oh, wow. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you may have you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. The best song. The best song. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. Oh my god. This song. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself. How's it going, Sizzle Pie? A defense... Oh, why are they showing me this? A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Why do they have to add Kazuma in there? Alright. God, I love Sholmes. Well, my dear fellows, it's time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh, Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume. If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'll be happy to represent you. Oh, sorry, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I've only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was not found guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. Title music? I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime, and it's imperative that we prove it in court. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me, so I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. Thank you so much. Okay, see you, MK. You will bank your sub point again? Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much, Horns fan, for the 5 months. Been loving all of the content from Hunter x Hunter, One Piece, Great Ace Attorney, and everything else. Keep up the great work, and thank you for all that you do. Thank you. And thank you for the 5 months. That's very sweet. I'm so glad you continue to enjoy. Thank you, Horns fan. How's it going, Santi? Your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. It's really interesting, isn't it, Esper? Oh, and yeah, Dilcord. This is one of my favorite OSTs of all time already. It's insane. And isn't that is interesting, Esper? Excuse me. Ryu hesitates because of his inexperience, whereas Phoenix dives straight in. Interesting foil there. And me too, Pavlox. Ryu's great. I like him more than Phoenix in terms of roughly this far in terms of comparing the two games. Miss Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Wonderful. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking back. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. God, I love Gurren Lagann. Sosuke-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner, tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Alright, I guess it starts. Tatakai! I think Phoenix is a better character than Ryu, but in comparing this point in the story to that point in the original Ace Attorney, I think Ryu's a bit more fleshed out and interesting. But Phoenix is a better character because I completed the trilogy, right? He's got a lot of interesting themes pertaining to searching out the truth and sort of recklessness applied to that and all sorts of things. And his dynamic with Edgeworth, his dynamic with Godot and Mia and Maya. So Phoenix, yeah, Phoenix is better for sure so far, but the signs are good for Ryu for sure. Also, how's it going, Happy Sade? And yeah, this cast is crazy solid already, Yuki Berry. I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back again here so soon? We're on a tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures, we need as much experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it can be life-changing. Good. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. true, Ramuki. The original trilogy did not have shones. When you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Mr. Natsume, good morning. What if Susato was busy? Then we're screwed, Ron. Santi, MK put her sub towards... sorry, I put their sub towards, Great Ace Attorney 2. Thank you for the follow, Doboke. And thank you for, and MK's said be right back, or not be right back, that they have to be gone for a while. But it goes towards Ace Attorney 2, or Great Ace Attorney 2. And Lila Dial, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you so much. Offie? You are correct. You are very correct. We're starting the case. Or the trial, excuse me. Hope your Monday's going well so far. Oh, the song. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. Yeah, no worries, Santi. Thank you very much. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted. Thank you so much for the instant sub, Prime sub. Thank you so much, Doboke. Really appreciate it. You can put that towards one of the goals if you'd like. Great Ace Attorney 2's on there if you want to. Totally up to you. You're the best, thank you. Oh, your class got canceled? Perfect. It really is, Pavlox. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Great Ace Attorney 2 will change my life. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'm really glad you enjoyed, Doboke. I want to see the Gus video. It's in the works. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really, because I can see tremors. I can't take it, although... yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Still floored by case 3? Oh my gosh. I can't wait, Offie. Do you know what that might be, Miss Susato? Or why that might be? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after he was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Really? That's saying quite a lot, Offie. Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Yeah, he had a long hiatus. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's, but we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? Yeah, the Case 3, I can't speak of the Case 3 in the second game, of course, but, Case 3 of this game? Very good. Like I said, McGilded just laughing at the courtroom that has no means to sentence him was one of the best moments in the series. That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's how the papers are describing it. Will he turn us into fellow vampires this time? We shall see. Lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Oh, wait, what? Me? It's you. Me? Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's only really one explanation. Can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Peak attorney? Indeed, Andres. Just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive? Let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. It's true that I'm just a student new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck, but I promise you this, I will fight for your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Benevolent locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Benevolent, non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense, the court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This trial has one of my favorite Van Zeek's quotes. Ho ho! Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Favorite toasts? This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. By the way, Andres, tonight I shall be continuing Dark Knight, which I'm very excited about. The Stormblood stuff. In my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. So far it's good. The part 1 of Dark Knight was very, very good. Part 2 I think was a bit weaker. But still interesting. Not before we continue Shadowbringers, Andres, but she has to catch up to me, so I'm waiting for a few days. I actually think she'll stream it tomorrow. So I won't make any progress until at least Wednesday. And in the meantime, tonight we're going to be doing Dark Knight. And I'll do some Ivalice, I'll do a couple of Ivalice raids on my own time. Hold up. Did I just see... What's her name? I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Yes, Andres. She's gonna end where I ended. Me too, Avi. Every time they do a reflection to Kazuma, or a flashback, the prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you were a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato. Look at him indeed. Him and Sholmes have my interest... Or he has my interest the most. Sholmes I just love. Our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Oh boy. Thank you. Thank you, Dilcor, for the 300 bits. Thank you so much. Let us know if you want to put that towards something. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you very much. By the way, guys, in case you didn't see, I did release a video about Hunter x Hunter Chapter 395 just last night. I don't have it in the new vid link because I forgot, but it's there. Gus video. Sounds good, Dilcor. Thank you. Talk to him, Susato. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. I watched it? Very cool. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Because in about a day and a half or 2 days, Andres, we'll get the leaks. Which I don't think either of us read, but even still. Still exciting. Also, I don't think this guy's behind what happened to McGilded. I don't think so. Here's to the acquitted, in his unfortunate violent end. Is he behind it? If I had to guess, I don't think so. Because it's the obvious thing. They wouldn't do the obvious thing, right? Unless they want me to think that, and that's a red herring. Thank you, councils. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Interesting new character designs. I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I doubt that somehow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that the mustache foreigner did the deed. Is that not her? Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. It is her? I'd basically given up on Hunter x Hunter returning, so the fact that we're getting such peak chapters is mind-blowing. It still doesn't feel real somehow, Dilcor. Let us proceed. So many people are dying in this game that I expect one person to die, only to come back as faking their own death. Did that happen in the first trilogy? I don't believe so? Unless something's slipping my mind. I don't believe so. But that's an interesting thought, Ron. That could potentially happen. True, Santi. They're usually Tuesday. Tuesday night, overnight on Tuesday, from what I hear. But I never look into it. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Right, Dilcor? It's crazy. And while our country has extended this foreign student with the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. What the hell? In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in. Oh. Right, okay. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at the Scotland Yard. Yeah, he just tosses it every time he just tosses it every time because it doesn't actually taste good. It's just for show. Yes, you can talk about things other than Ace Attorney, but just keep in mind that sometimes I might want to focus on what's going on, but, like, a common theme of basically any game I play is that I'm open to other topics as well, of course. They'll never be the main focus, but we definitely take detours, so no worries about that, Rockstar. It's very disturbing, Esper. It's been well established, but it's still, to see it again, to see it consistently, it's disturbing. Please summarize the events. How's it going, Soph? Yeah, you haven't missed too much. Just 40 minutes in, and the trial just started. Yup. Peak fiction and peak streaming involves enjoying the detours. The victim's thought to have a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure. Comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this? As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. Yes, that is what Jing said to Gon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not been long since it stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. You know, Offie, and anyone else who's played this, MK, Pro Pinkus, who's not in chat at the moment, but Soul Samurai, everyone in chat who's played this, Esper, Pavlox, Ramuki, everyone in chat who's played this, I always get the inclination to ask you guys who your favorite, like, what your top 3 or 5 characters are. But then I don't do it because I don't want to be spoiled. It's not really a spoiler, but even still. Like, because that might tell me about how much weight they have. I don't know, but I just want to say I'm always curious about it. The lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. How's it going, Citrica? Hope you're doing well this beautiful Monday. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. The case file has been entered into the court. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about it, Esper. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. The big thing's starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. Hello, the anime guy. Welcome in. I think we can all agree Sholmes is the GOAT. Oh, I think we can. Yeah, that's been established. My love for Sholmes kind of makes it obvious. Sholmes just the unanimous top 1. I'm just joking. But he's so good. And, I mean, we do have a certain prosecutor here as well, and we do have a great protagonist. And Kazuma as well. Oh, he's so great. Sounds good, Offie. Happy I just finished work in time to catch the stream. This duology here is my favorite Ace Attorney. Excuse me. I'm dying. I'm really happy as well. Hope work went well, Citrica. The Great Ace Attorney had many cases that are not like the original game. Victims who aren't dead, cases without trial, defendants that you're unsure of the innocence of. I really like that. Me too. It totally breaks the mold. Thank you, Halox. It totally breaks the mold. So sad Sholmes can't make it to any of the top 100 lists. Maybe he betrays us and becomes an antagonist. I've talked about that a lot in previous videos, Rockstar. I don't know if it's out there, but basically, it didn't take away anything from the relationship, but it should have established it from the beginning. But I understand why they didn't do it. It was because of tone. Actually, Rockstar, I would recommend checking out my first stream VOD, which is on my second channel on YouTube, for a elaborate discussion about that, because we talked about that for a good few minutes. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Oops. Susato as well, Soul Samurai. She's great. What do we know of the motive? Money or valuables? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it looks like she's a poor student herself. Oh, whoops, sorry. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see, well in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Me too, Andres. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive... Oh, thank you, Santi. There you go, Rockstar. Santi just linked the VOD there. What reason could Mr. Natsume have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. What the hell was that? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. There are people there. There are people. My dude. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. It's really cute, Andres. It's good characterization through expressiveness. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Hey, Trish. How's it going? Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Okay. Testimony, yep. I'm doing very well, Trish. I watched a World Cup game this morning. Well, most of it. I slept well. It's a beautiful Monday. Playing a great game. Speaking with some lovely people. I'm doing great. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. It really is. Offie, I hadn't seen that one before. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here about the incident of the crime taken immediately after... Or, sorry, of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please. Okay. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, clearly infallible, Soph. Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison, he did tell us what had all happened. Yet, Dilkor, that might be something to do with the crime. Let's check that again, actually. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, I don't know, Andres. I'm not sure. Haddock? Cod? Herring? I'm not sure. The sole silhouette of another. A woman wearing a green overcoat? Yeah, okay. I don't think Hannah's in. There might be a couple other UKers in chat at the moment, though. I think there were a couple earlier. She suddenly let out a little scream. Yeah, okay. Hey, Peter. How's it going? Good morning to you. It's cod, I think? I assumed it was cod, herring, or something like that. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? They use Call of Duty and fish and chips? The defendant has done nothing more than admit that he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could have possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Okay. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal. Proceed. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. There was one statement that kind of made me think. It wasn't this one. It might have been the 4th? No, it wasn't that one. Maybe the 5th? Yeah, that, and maybe the 6th as well? I think the 5th and 6th I'm interested in.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Maki is one of the best characters in Jujutsu Kaisen, Rockstar. And I will be making a video about her, as long as it gets funded. So I'll keep my thoughts about that for that video, because I do have a few things to say about her. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. It's mainly cod or haddock, but can be any whitefish. Cool, I was pretty accurate then. Can you tell us more about the bookshop? The command is goals, like Santi did there, Rockstar. Well, if I had missed... well, if I must. I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Maki's so great. It is a Maki and Toji video, but yeah. Man. The closest secondhand bookshop in the accused lodgings is here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Okay, so it's, yeah, the opposite ends. That's the route he would have taken home. Sure. He could have crossed at the start, but sure. Whitefish kinda... I'm not a fan of whitefish either, to be honest. I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. I agree. The most important thing... Bourbon... what was the name? Bourbon Books. So I don't think it's stock. I don't think that matters. Location. Bourbon Books. I think we were talking about something named Bourbon earlier in the case, but I don't remember what. Or maybe I'm making that up. I think it's got to be the name because the stock doesn't make sense to me, and the location, I mean, they've already brought that up, so that would be redundant. So I think it has to be the name. I've never tried Mojara, Andres. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony? Oh, Van Zeeks. Easy, Offie Burger. Just throw his hallowed chalice at him. I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it may be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Mahar... Royer Art. I'm not even going to try it. Could the man be any more sardonic? Yeah, he was on his way home. Bourbon Books, a secondhand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Why do I remember the name Bourbon? I can't even look at the people. Damn, okay. Okay, she was on the east side. Okay. Oh, the receipt. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. That's not even the same bookstore. Okay, it's totally the opposite thing. He didn't even go to Bourbon Books. Boom. But where do I do that? Right here. Okay.
Objection.
Thank you, Andres. Hope you enjoy Breaking Bad. I know you will. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. Why'd you call me that? It's a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room. Did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. Oh, you did visit a second-hand bookshop, but it was not Bourbon Books! What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. It's a little underground, but in fact that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, it changes the whole route he could have taken. I have the street map here, if that may be of help. What's up, Jamun? Welcome back. Take a look at this, please. If the defendant had been... Well, maybe Ron. Maybe, I didn't think about that. Returning from Bourbon Books, yeah, he would have taken that route. Which passes by the murderer. However, it would take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books. But the thing is, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. The thing is, though, like, he admitted to seeing that, to being at the scene. So, I don't think this matters too much. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Where is this Your Books establishment? We obviously looked into that. It turns out that Your Books... Oh, the next corner. Going east. Okay, we're gonna have to pay attention to this map. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Does he pass by the location anyway? Yeah. I think. Yeah. Yeah, my learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Oh my god. Oh, this is the one. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh. Let me just quickly tweet something. Let me just quickly tweet something. Oh man. Reaction image procured. To your career in the circus. Unbelievable. Gonna save this line for the next AJ Clown moment. Here, let's add another quote. I love that. To your future career. Future career in the circus. Clown Adachi? Louise Clown? This works equally well. I wonder if any circus can make Van Zeke smile, actually. Probably not. Fun fact, the circus line you see on Twitter as a reaction image was never actually spoken by Edgeworth, but it sounds so much like Ace Attorney writing that it might as well have been. True, I've seen that with Edgeworth too, but that was never in the game. Is the only one I have on hand. Hello. Hello, Hailing. By the way, if you want me to call you something else, please let me know. But welcome in. Welcome in for your first time. Have you played these games? Great Ace Attorney Duology? You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Didn't need to spell it out, but here we go. Didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon Books, he still passes by the same area. Oh, beautiful, Ron. Yeah. Yep. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. I've played these games so much they're etched into my brainwaves. Awesome. Love it. There are quite a few people who catch these streams who have oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Who have played these games. Thank you for that, Ron. That is amazing. To your future career in the circus. There are lots of people who play these games who adore them. So welcome in. You're in good company. I'm loving them so far. I mean, I'm on case 4, which is a decent amount in, but I still feel like it's very early in the duology regardless. I love the cast. Herlock Sholmes is my favorite character so far. Van Zieks and Ryunosuke probably my 2 and 3. And Kazuma's amazing. Susato's great too. Good morning, antagonist. Oh, I love when he does it. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Did anyone count how many chalices he breaks per case? They should. Take a shot every time he breaks a shot. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough. I beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Thank you, Trayla. I hope you're enjoying. Van Zieks is very extra. Every character in this game is extra. Sholmes, Van Zieks, McGilded was very extra. We mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Objection. I don't know why we're objecting, but we gotta do it. 17 broken chalices for each trial, just like Godot? Oh, damn, that hurts. Oh, Godot. Oh, Godot. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. I don't know why yet, but we'll get there. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Exactly 2%. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Yeah, he could have gone around. True. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
I mean, he kind of does at the same time still. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that 19 glasses. Wow. Thank you, Santi. The route is commonly referred to as the long way around. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? He likes snow. I would take it. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of the crime. But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Oh my gosh. That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time almost wandering aimlessly from A to B. That's really sad, considering why he does this at all. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Wow, Van Zieks is kind of destroying us early on. I thank you, my learned friends. And I suggest that you do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it? Uh-oh. I agree with Lord Van Zieks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. But very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Did I lose? Did I lose?
Guilty.
Guilty.
It would appear the jury's leaning is this is fine. Unanimous. The ones I watched, Joza, were 37, 86, 126, 151, and 236. Yeah, we just got wrecked. Oh dear. Did I just lose? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. Not yet. This isn't over yet. Okay, that was scripted. Good. A great way, Gil. Sorry, I missed a message in the chat a little earlier. One sec. Fun fact: to your future career in the circus was my first ever exposure to this duology. I immediately fell in love with the aesthetic, Van Zieks, and I realized I had to play the games. That's really cool. I've seen that meme like maybe once or twice before, Offie, but I never connected it until now. Like I didn't remember. And how's it going, Joza? No worries about being late. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Alrighty. I have to tip the balance of the scales in the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. Let's go, King. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Yeah, law to literally just... Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. And in accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Right, okay, so this is where we question the jurors. Of course we're ready. I'm also familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. It does have a great ring to it. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright. I have a feeling juror number 4 is not going to be the person we poke at here. For pity's sake, ooh. That little Nipponese oddity really admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. We might be able to contradict that later, but I don't think yet. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. But the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. What is that explanation? I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. What the hell is that? How can we... What the hell was that? He just said, I gotta do work, so let's wrap this up? Your books, yes, nice shop that, but bourbon books, not worth a visit. Okay. Okay, jurors number 4 and 5 are very weird. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. No, they're not. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. Why not stream on YouTube? Because Joza, when I started streaming, about 10 months ago or whenever it was, I really wanted to just start brand new and learn a new website and also diversify my revenue streams as well. Because, like, let's say YouTube goes under for some reason, or I get demonetized for some reason, which I would obviously fight and would be ridiculous, but, you know, YouTube does tend to do stuff like that sometimes. I would not be able to make any money from streams or videos. But if I diversify and have my videos on YouTube, my streams on Twitch, if one of the other runs into a problem, I'm not screwed, right? So that was one thing I thought of. I also just wanted to start Twitch brand new and learn the ropes because I wanted the feeling of starting something from scratch, you know? And just slowly learning about it. And it's been a very fun experience. So it was mainly those two things. Man's busy getting paid, leave him alone. He's a juror. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. I figured it'd be easiest to ask here. Did we ever see Great Britain... Wait, GB... Oh. Andres, I thought you said Great Britain. Did we ever see that? No, I don't think we did. I think it's just, shown after the fact. Did they not pay the jurors for their service? This was pretty new, so maybe not. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. Why do you have to run away like that? I want to press like 2 of these guys already. And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. Tell him, Susato. If we want to force the trial to continue, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Yeah, YouTube algorithm for streams is very hit or miss. Like, before I started going on Twitch, I did 2 streams on YouTube. One of them, not very many people came. The other was, like, crazy. I had crazy viewers on it. And I wasn't even doing anything important. And the subject matter was no different. So it's very random. Whereas Twitch notifications aren't perfect, but if I tweet it out, put it on Discord, as well, and just generally same-ish. They're more consistent in terms of being able to check people out in the algorithm and stuff. Whoops. Come on, Ryu, you can do it. Okay. Okay, so this is okay, I guess. This one we might be able to go back to later, but I don't think just yet. He wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way. This one we might be able to go back on, but not yet, I don't think. This doesn't even say anything. Like, this doesn't prove anything. And this one's just stupid. And this has nothing to do with anything. Okay, so... I think 4 and 5 are the sketchiest. Oh yeah, YouTube's chat is very, very bad. At least to me. It's not intuitive, it's very cluttered, and I just don't like YouTube's UI. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Whoa. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. There you go. So I guess he's not compensated at all. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Wow, okay. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. Okay. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dusk till dawn. So, you were digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened, by that old bookshop. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meerschaum Street it was. If that was blocked off, he couldn't have gone that way. Meerschaum Street. On the map, there are only 3 named streets. Yeah, I just checked. Yeah, I totally agree, Trish. And moderation, I think moderators have more options or tools. It's just overall clear. This song is so good. I agree with Trish, yeah. Oh, true, Jaman. That's true. Up to you, Joza. Up to you. It's different for everyone. I know some YouTube content creators who stream on YouTube, and it works great for them. Add that to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Okay, so what I'm doing here is pressing. Well, I need to get them to change their minds. I don't remember how exactly I do that. So that means the street was blocked off, so we couldn't have actually taken that route, right? How do I do this again? Pit, right. Okay, I just saw that at the bottom. You pit jurors against each other, and contradictions arise. Is it this guy? Yeah, there we go. So this is contradicted by this.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Thank you, Esper. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Gil, it's genuinely so much fun. The presentation's so good. The cast is so interesting and fun. It's really good. It's really good, Gil. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take the moment to consider the implications of what's been said on the map of the local area. On the day in question, he visited to purchase this big shop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. That the defense route home was the other way around. Yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that. Really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Oh, I really hope Gen 9 gets a patch. I really hope so. Sorry, I just had to use the battler emote. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Good on you, Juror 3. And Juror number 5, you too, right? What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, all right. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Good on you. Your family's waiting for you to work, but you're still doing this in the name of justice. Big ups to juror number 5. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. We managed to change a couple of minds at least. We've strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, Trish. All the jurors are totally different. I also wanted to ask AJ, I was watching Ace Attorney VODs. Why do you not like Lotta? I just don't see any reason to like Lotta. I don't think she's a good character. Like, there's nothing about her that stands out as good writing to me. See ya, Santi. Have a good time at the gym. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right. Now, if only we could identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. I really like the juror mechanic, Trayla. It's really cool. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have. Thank you, Counsel. Did you say to continue? Crap, I pressed A. On with it, okay. Okay, so I was saying 4, 5, and 6 are the ones I'm questioning the most. So let's try 4.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where'd you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid. True. She's keeping up that charade? This is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for jury in this trial? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes, lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? That's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Sorry, I keep skipping the text a little bit. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime like this? Goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. It's a big shame, Joza, but hopefully they'll patch it. Pokemon games to me are always fun. It's just a shame the devs have to rush out a product that's just broken. Oh, it's so huge, Esper. I'm so glad they added logs. People must think he was building a bomb in there or something. Oh my gosh. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Okay, avoid Mrs. Garadeb. Juror number 5's based. Juror number 5's the best juror so far. Whether it's digging up roads or digging up the truth, you've got to see it through to the end, haven't you? Okay, and then last one, I guess. Sorry, fold it, you say. Fold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Oh, and what time did you visit your books on the day in question? I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. The crime was at... Was the crime at 5? I don't remember. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. Oh, wait. That's what he said. He said that twice. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when they were attacked. What's wrong with a mustache, exactly? Juror 5 is great. The only merit is the additional creativity added to competitive battles in Pokemon. Do you mean in terms of the new game's antagonist? Oh, Terraform. Okay, I don't know what that is. I haven't looked into anything really with regards to the new games, except like the starters. No mistake there, I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself out clean, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Okay, that's the other way around. That's where he had to have gone. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Right, Josa, but for me it comes down to the same problem, which is Game Freak rushing out the games rather than giving their devs time to properly innovate and focus on it, which I think leads to safer game design and also broken game design as well. I think it's all indicative of the same problem. I see antagonist. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that info to your formal statements. Okay. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright right now. Okay. So if he added that, that means there's a contradiction. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. 2 more to go. Okay. Time to turn the tables. I wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown, but words are glad to suffice for now. So it's not 2 or 5. I don't think it's 4. Sorry, it's not 3 or 5. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know. Oh my... Wow, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. He's wearing green. Oh my... Did he see him? Oh my... Jurors were not paid in England until 1949, though some people had been asking for it since 1821. Thank you, Citrica. Thank you for providing that info. That's very interesting. So yeah, and it really speaks of juror number 5 here's situation. Yeah, exactly, Esper. That's what I'm getting at. I think it all correlates to the same sort of deal. Okay, so I gotta pit you. It could only have been the victim? Hell no.
Objection!
It's very good, Nora. Sorry, I was thinking a bit. Those 2 statements are clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about? Well, that's to my benefit then, Citrica. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing. Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? Whatever do you mean, sir? Sure, Salmi Gandhi, but I would say Sun and Moon was, I guess, outside of the difference in the structure, but I would say Sun and Moon was generally pretty safe as well in a bunch of ways, and you know, you could say the gameplay innovated in some ways in Sword and Shield. I think in others it did play it safe, myself, but hey, that's a can of worms. I don't entirely agree. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Your Books and purchased a number of secondhand tiles. He then returned home on secondhand... Did I say tiles? Titles. He then returned home on foot. But he said he had no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Wow, this is crazy. It wasn't even the victim. We were well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed.
Objection!
The walk. Ryu's strutting his stuff. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you hear juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. The same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... I'm referring, of course, to the hard-of-hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Look at that! My goodness me! Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, the only person who if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly, I feel a little big brain. I feel moderately brained. The big brain will come soon. The crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. Wow. He's holding the point big time. You idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? Oh, well, let's not get on his case. What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over the ice? It's a crime to be... Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? That was nice. I do not know, antagonist. They must have had a less scrutinizing screening process for jurors back then. I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, my lord, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? Is it a crime to have unfathomable drip? I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty. We're in business, folks. Thank you. And I would too. Thank you. Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Her face is in a constant state of AJ Pog. Also, Quicksilver, how's it going? Don't know if I said hi earlier. There's been a shift of opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Sip it. Sip it big time. Whew. Oh, just got here. Okay, good. I was scared I missed one of your earlier messages. I'm doing great, Quicksilver. I love this game. I love Mondays because of it. Mostly Hunter x Hunter brain rot? Oh, me too, big time. Me too, big time. I released my video review of it last night, and since then I've just been thinking about it nonstop until the stream started. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. He is so cool. Lord Van Zeeks! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? This is one of the best themes in the game. It's easily one of the best themes. I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean? Van Zieks has definitely said some racist things. He said quite a few racist things. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
Still pushing the circus idea, yeah. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. I gave Van Zieks a Christopher Lee voice. It's the only voice that could fit. The actual voice actor he has is one of my favorites from Final Fantasy XIV. Rogel. So I can't help. I can't replicate that, but that's just that guy's voice is in my mind the whole time. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. He plays one of the best characters, Offie. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, to be honest, I don't have a clue. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. Oh, sorry, yeah, I was referring to the English voice actor for him, who voices Estinian in FF14, but he's also voiced by Kenjiro Suda. Oh my god, perfect. Perfect. Yes, yeah, hailing. Hello, Hannah. Wait, what did you say? What did you say earlier? Have you heard of the critically acclaimed Estinian? How are you, Hannah? You came in just for the perfect theme. I don't remember exactly, Ron. Maybe? I'd have to check. I play FF14 for 2 reasons. Estinian and the plot. The plot is Alice. Poor Alfie. Alfie's a minor plot. Emmerich a minor plot. But that's the burden of having the top 1 spot being occupied by two bottoms. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? That was a bad voice for him. Let me see. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. How is Alice these days? Oh dear. No coaches would have a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Cold man? You can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? I can't say I remember. Come on. You don't remember? They're gonna use that, eh? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself! My lord? If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world would you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. God, this guy is so raw. He is so cool. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord? The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Finally, he strips. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman. I'm afraid that that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. I see him pull off the cape, and for some reason I expect him shirtless with a back tattoo. Racist vampire stripper? Whoa! Racist vampire stripper? I thought the game was about lawyers. Lawyers need not restrict the, lawyers need not rule out the presence of racist vampire strippers. We're seeing London sites now, though. True, Citrica. Last guilty vote standing, the accused landlady. Truly a great commentary on the true face of the owning class. Was not juror number 1 not guilty as well? I thought he was. Sorry, guilty. I thought he was guilty. What did I walk in on? All I heard was racist vampire strippers. You walked in on the great ace attorney, Pro-Pinkist. I wonder if you'll enjoy this pair of witnesses? Me too. Let's see. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. We got a sleepy boy and a bright-eyed girl. Thank you, Hannah, for 10 months of... for the 10-month resub. Thank you so much. He's a multi-talented man, a racist vampire stripper, and a lawyer revolutionary. Thank you so much, Hannah. 10 months. Wonderful. Since February. Thank you so much. Do you want that to go towards JJK or something else? Thank you, thank you. I didn't know racism was a talent. If the prosecution gets paid anything like the defense, he needs that second income. True. Hannah, a real AJ fan? I'm honored. He's also a noble, true. Okay, who is this? Who is it? Who are these two? Constable Rolly Beat. Sa? Nothing to report in the streets, Sa. JJK video perfect. Oh. Sleepy boy indeed. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this Youngtown hero's wife. Oh. They looked quite young to me, okay. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we've celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Alright, Rolly. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Pro-Pinkist, Van Zeeks just ripped off his cape. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. Yeah, we heard that from one of the other witnesses, I think. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. Holy crap. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Oh yeah, I imagine, Trish. I get the racist vampire part is something I never thought I'd read. Welcome to Ace Attorney Mondays, Dilcor. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly beats, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. You might have to get Patricia to do it. Okay. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered before running off. We ran straight over, of course, then we went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. How? Wasn't it foggy? They're quirky, Ruggle. It's extremely compelling testimony, I must say. I'm interested in learning more about them. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume on the scene. Police used to be called Bobbies in Victorian England. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you establish in the summation examination will be quashed. It's the death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man, and I thank the Lord for that. The life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife had to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence with the cross-examination. Alright. There was a couple here. In the original game, their names are switched. He is Patrick, and she is Rolla. Their last name was O'Malley. Rolla O'Malley, Pat O'Malley. Interesting. Thank you, Propinkist. Okay, so look, there was fog. There was fog, and you said you saw him clear as day. I don't know. Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Oh, okay, maybe they got close enough. That does sound exactly like the victim pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Fog? Persona 4 reference? I can't believe Persona 4 invented London fog. Unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby. Patrolly beat. Gotcha. I was trying to figure out what it was. Nora. Let my guy rest. He needs it. Unfortunately, no one sleeps in favor of injustice. Or sorry, no one sleeps if it'll lead to injustice for Ryu, Soul Samurai. It was dark, but there were streetlights. Okay, that answers my question. There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right? My darling. What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the grounds, but Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. Oh, that's cute. her little sprite there. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else here other than the victim and the attacker. Rolly and Pat OTP, I see it. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. See ya, Yuki Berry. Have a good day. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe he has a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Okay. So if one just collapsed, what about the stabbing?
Hold it!
Scatter something? What do you mean by that? Sorry about that. What? That's right, it was some old books. Oh, I see. Old books. Ooh, okay. Thank you, Propinkist. Yes, the culprit had a dropped number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, so clearly pictured in this photographic print. Okay, yeah. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Rolly is sucking on the chin strap of his helmet like a pacifier. He is, isn't he? Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without a question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. This is bad. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. It seems like they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. Yeah, Nora. I think this one.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have thought you'd been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? That's what I was wondering. We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough, and my husband already told you that the fog was only light. Didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes her eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, yeah, okay. The top mouth, unmistakable, sir. Hey, MK, the case is going quite well. We're making progress. We're well into the trial now. We've just been introduced to Rolly and Pat. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Van Zeeks loves cops a little too much. Hey, Adsel. I'm great. I'm great today. The World Cup starts, well, it started yesterday, but it starts in earnest today. I'm having a great time with the game. It's a beautiful day. And the case is good so far. The case is interesting. I actually don't know how, at the moment, who the perpetrator could be. That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beach saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Okay. We've pressed most of them already, though. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Okay. We pressed this, and the fifth one. I don't know what to contradict just yet. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. I was off duty by that point. I asked Mrs. B to go. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, I see. Okay. For the beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There was nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved, the actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir, what Patricia said, sir, I'm blushing. Very different from the Gyarados, I agree, Esper. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, and then I guess there's just one left to press. I don't see any contradictions yet.
Hold it!
Is he heavily anemic or tired? He's a beat officer, so he sleeps about... He's on duty 23 hours a day. And he puts out street lamps, and he looks at meters, parking meters, and he does all the things that anyone outside ever needs to do. No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. This is a bit of societal commentary as well. The state of, Pat. Wait, what do we have their ages? Or sorry, of, Rolly. 23 and 21. So not credible. I mean, don't let the judge hear you say it, but yeah, I think so. I think you can probably see why the children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? And don't tell, Van Zeeks either. He'll get upset. I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? I've just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Isn't Van Zeeks upset by default? True, but like, heavily upset. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. No, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Finally, an Ace Attorney relationship without a disturbing age gap. Oh god. Case 2-3 flashbacks. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. This kind of commentary gets even stronger in the next case. Ooh. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Yeah, I didn't really address that. That's weird. I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Weird. Finally adhere to the point. You were going for a meal and after you'd finish your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Yeah, so how are you credible? Louisiana in chat has a question for you. How are you credible? But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder of to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear all they need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it, then. Hey Wolfman, how are you? But sir, just on that particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next. Okay. Oh. Okay, good. I was gonna have to look for a contradiction. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? This is really cute. This is one of the best little animations we've seen in the game so far. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. It's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? I know what I saw. This is amazing. Oh, did you, Rockstar? That's cool. Top 10 characters that could beat Goku. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the name of every single one every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Well, tell us. That will do, Miss Beat. No! Or Mrs. Beat, excuse me. It won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. I love that animation. That is adorable. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? They're one of my ace attorney ships for sure. Please put your husband's fist down. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books. Oh, wow, there's the contradiction. The 4 books he dropped at the scene. If I remember correctly, there were only 3, right? Let's see. Yep, there we go.
Objection!
Just a normal day in Ace Attorney. Exactly, Nora. Put the entire husband down. He needs a nap. You can handle the testimony, right? Before they rip a hole in the fabric of space and time. Excuse the voice crack. You're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. The Picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's at Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingamies Something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. Rolly top 5, we shall see. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. When you talk too much and accidentally open a contradiction in your testimony, it do be like that sometimes. Flawless memory, yeah. Flawless memory. What was one of the ones? The Picture of Monsieur Somebody. What's at Yearnings? What flaw? Simply that, the scene of the crime, there were 3 books, not 4. Hold on. Battler, do your thing. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. No, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry? It's that big lump of a dead body. Whoa. It's so large it's blocking the view of the fourth book, that's all. Wow, okay. Why are you chill on them, please? Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. Ryu? No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not have possibly dropped the 4 books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. He made me stop for a second, Pro Pinkist. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. Okay. That they did not drop 4 books? Did he only buy 3? I assume he only bought 3. Yeah, that's only 3. But she was right about the titles. So someone else might have dropped the 4th book, I guess.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? It's okay to make fun of someone's size if they're dead, I suppose? That's essentially what he said, isn't it? The receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day, but as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume would only have dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. Grrr. So it cannot be denied that though you say that it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, no! Broly?
Objection!
Van Zeeks, tell us! Oh, tell us, King. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. How's it going, Tahir? I'm enjoying the case quite a bit. Van Zeeks has been great value so far today, and it has Herlock Sholmes, so it can never be a bad case. I'm enjoying thoroughly. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Hope your day's going well so far. How many bottles does this dude have? How many glasses, I think, is the better question. Ah! So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. That's what we were talking about like a few minutes ago. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of the Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3. 1-1 and 1-3 have no shown, so terrible case is confirmed. Confirmed? But yes, sarcasm. Herlock is the best. I love Herlock. Oh yeah, he definitely has a stash under the stand. Only 3 can be seen in that print. I am not, Esper. That print, you mean to say... Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. Oh. Oh, it's burnt! Oh, it's burnt! I don't believe it. What else was burnt that we saw? The Lion's Pride. Oh my gosh. He's got a vampire's liver oracle. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book! Oh no, I now have an idea. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Hailing. Herlock is... Oh, he's so good. Oh, I know he's not going to play much of a role this stream, I think, because he's not going to be in this case. Excuse me, this case. I want him back for case 5, ASAP. There, you see? Look at that, look! Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Where could that have come from? Where indeed, Soth? Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. I'm just saying, we haven't seen Van Zieks in broad daylight so far. This is true. Mrs. Beats, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq? Lecoq? What's it, Yearnings? Canterbury Yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaborio? As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Flawless. Sir, a man was murdered, but is Herlock on the case? That's all I care about. Mrs. Beats' powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, flawless. Patricia is flawless. OTP. Oh, but there are, well, 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. He got it from the place he was living, or being housed. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. And what is the other one she said? I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Because he didn't buy it. It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Did you just bring it up now? You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure. Van Zieks is nice to people when he's not busy being racist. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friends, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination, futile. You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. He went back in time. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? I'll say, Dilkor, or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse, aka save. Think, what do you do now? I think raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die's been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. Susato? If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh, how dare you. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will forgive me. You will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Tell him. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. Oh, crap. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance. I can't let it go to waste. The defendant wishes to present evidence, my lord. Hold on. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Okay. So we got this and this. The Lion's Pride, it's burnt. And then we have the actual book. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride, that's strange. I think I've heard a book by that name before, and very recently too. Me too! I cannot believe he really just said Britain is a land of tolerance. Just incredible. Yeah. In the past 2 hours, 18 minutes, we've seen plenty of proof for intolerant behavior at this point in time, but hey. And it's burnt. Look at this, it's been badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag? Alright. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and hitherto has been overlooked. I think it's gotta be this.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. Thank you for the hydrate, gentlemen. They tolerate wine being thrown about. This is true. True, Esper. That is interesting.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Would that just be the burn? Because we can't corroborate the title with anything just yet. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to establish a thorough examination of evidence, which means you may well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. Do you like maple syrup? Yeah. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? I guess the burn. What? Oh, crap, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. So we present it. Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious. It's been burned to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably extremely unnatural for her to have been doing this.
Objection!
Yeah, his hair popped off. He's got a bit of a toupee. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to this case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's one possibility here which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. The prosecutor is prosecuting. Dilcor. That's kind of, I've noticed from the start, that's kind of what he does. Irrelevant. It has no relevance. In the final analysis of the case, nothing. These people couldn't just turn the book around. True. True. They don't have gameplay. The burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise, but do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of the trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? I don't remember who owns the books. It's both of theirs. It's one of them. It's one of these two. I don't know which one. The number of times there's been important, incredibly obvious evidence on the back of something and somehow no one notices it. Yeah, they don't have control sticks. It's impossible. Okay, well, if I fail, I'll go through both of them. If I fail, I'll just do the other.
Take that!
Is that it? The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. Oh, the 360! A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. My goodness me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mrs. Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop this pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
Oh? This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord, what is the incident? A fire, my lord. True, Hornsvan! Sherlock Holmes called it, that investigating the fire was either relevant or pointless. Both answers were right? Okay, cool. Hello, Sarah. How are you? Hope work was alright? Oh, and he lost his book. Oh, he lost his book in it. Oh, look at Van Zeeks. Holy shit. Yeah, Dilcor, he did that last stream. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible? Risible? All you told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. Oh, come on. You're reaching now, my dude. It's entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Model couple. The greatest game of all time. Beautiful, Sarah. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. Yeah, that was it. Up in Smoke. Yeah, okay. So she was hurling things. Okay. He was against the window. Okay, it all makes sense. It went outside then, maybe? The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting spousal abuse? Yes? That the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
See you, Nora. I probably will, yeah. There is a fifth one, Sarah. So there's one more for this game. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there was no report of the window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Unless there was a fire. True, Horns fan. That's enough? Seuss? Oh! Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming your little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly, that our little tiff. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, none of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Big brain Shomes, yes. Now that the window is relevant, look at this AJ tweet and see what Shomes was doing. Oh, you're right. You're right. Hold on, let me bring that up, Oratorio. Oh my gosh. Shomes is so big brain I cannot handle it. Okay, hold on. Let me switch the scene. We'll do this. Boom. Look at this. Look at him. Oh my, look at him. How's he the best character? How's he the best character of all time? Unreal. That's my king right there. But I don't know if this is relevant or not, Teehee. What a liar. That's my goat. Shomes didn't throw the book, he was investigating. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert your attention from a failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese sprouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes. What did I tell you? He was just investigating around around the residence, Ron. And he was looking outside the window, and we thought it was just a gag there. And he was going, I don't know if this is relevant or not. I thought it was just a gag, but he clearly had a scent of what was going on. It does, Joza. Oh, crap. They're in full agreement. What's your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one always must exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. Thank you so... Oh my gosh. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh my gosh, peak! Peak off screen, peak on screen? 13 subs gifted from Sarah. Thank you so much, Sarah. And we have a leg on screen. Thank you so much. Wow. 13? Is there a reason for that? Oh my gosh. 897 total. Thank you so much. Oh, to get to 40, I guess. Oh no! I scrolled past it, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Sarah. If you just got gifted a sub, please say thank you. And thank you so much, Sarah, for gifting 13 subs. The 13 bomb, always super appreciated. I'm always very grateful. And thank you for your help, and thank you for your support, and everything. Hope you continue to enjoy. Van Zeek's reacting to the donation. God. He's a character, isn't he? And let Trish know if you want that to go towards anything. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. Thank you, Soul Samurai.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Guilty.
Did I lose? The game keeps baiting me. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now, it's over. Don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. Huh. Me too, Accordion. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Okay, summation examination time? God, this game is so engaging, man. Alright guys, thank you for coming to the stream. I mean, I guess I've got to examine them, don't I? I've considered the defense counsel's request for further summation examination of the jury, and I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, it's really good, Esper, at representing how much pressure Van Zieks is applying to us. Oh yeah, that as well, yeah. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second examination. The jury's ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. The summation examination theme loops 6 times, one for each juror. Listen for it. Oh. Okay. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty for this crime. This is such a banger. I wonder too, Gemma. The accused left behind the evidence of the crime, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel, alternate explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Hear me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. What? Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. Santa on the jury and Santa as the judge, they're in cahoots. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the crime. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, the eyewitnesses are correct. It would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Why are you helping us? See you, Trish. Have a good time at the gym. Give us a name and method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed. You're prepared, counsel? Yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. God, I love Haikyuu. Clearly the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident. Sick day plus AG stream equals goated? Welcome in, Kaine. I'm so sorry that you're sick, but hope you enjoy your sick day as much as possible, and I will aspire to help with that. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things that other people say. Okay. All right. Okay. That's something important. The woman was throwing books that can't be related to the crime if the window was closed. See, what she says is fishy. Okay, what about your fire at your home? Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Amazing line, Pro Pinkest. I was dying. I just noticed the Majora's Mask behind you. That's so cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's one of the things I'm most proud of in my display, Gemma. Pro Pinkest. That's one of my favorite lines of the series that far. That was 8 6-hole loops. Okay, and then it shifts. Cool. That sounds lovely, Kaine. Could you tell us more about that fire? Starts talking about Hunter x Hunter 395. It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was there some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake, to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles were flying all over the room. The furniture got caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. Exactly! That's it! They opened the windows because of the fire. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was all devil worship all along, but something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Yeah, birthday cakes were not something they did in Japan at that time, I guess. Or are even currently. I'm not sure. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. My Chinese family celebrates birthdays with so mein, and a boiled egg. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're gonna have to pit them against each other. That's a spirit. Okay, so that's important. Open windows. There we go. That was it. We pit you and you.
Protection.
Anyone have a short anime recommendation I could binge today? Ping Pong the Animation? Some people love Fooly Cooly. I don't know what you've seen though. SSSS Dyna Zenon? These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you see juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? When you watching Link Click? I don't have any intention to watch it at the moment. It's not in my plans. I've heard it's good, though. It seems despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. One Piece, very short. There you go. Licorice Recoil. Yes, I've heard that's really good, too. Of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, on the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. The footsteps, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? What are you saying?
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Oh, I imagine, Baguk. That sounds extremely dangerous. 75 candles? Unless the cake is like as big as my room here. Then maybe that's okay. Mrs. Garadeb. Oh, dearie me. What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Justly deserve? I kind of beg to differ. Even though your house is on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Whoa, dude. No problem, Kaine. Of course, I should have realized. I like that animation as well, Riley. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added to Mrs. Garadeb's... We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. Okay, so that's important. Does that contradict anything? Can we... Why don't we press this? Because we said we have to press her, right? What are the other ones? So you're good. It's definitely a possibility. You're good for now. That will stick a pin in there. These two we can't really do much with. I think this... So let's press her.
Hold it!
On my 75th birthday, we need to surprise me with a cake and 75 candles. Yes, so in, what would the date be? 2069. Nice. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, that as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw out your husband? The copy of the Lion's Pride that he had been reading. Oh yeah, Esper, I was born in 94. I did. Beautiful. Beautiful. Very nice accordion. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. You too, Propinkus? This is crazy. And he was rather enjoying reading it, though. Oh, my birthday's in 2 days. Happy early birthday. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? And Kingslayer? This is crazy. Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well you know. I really don't. 94 Unite indeed. Oh. I barely noticed throwing a book, much less the title of it. What do you good?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was, that memory I blocked out. What? I was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Why did you hit her? Why'd you hit him? Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb or the maid, I'll have you know. The man didn't even flinch. Please tell me that he's not... Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. I hope so too. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. What a disaster. Did she just admit to being Mrs. Garadeb? I think she might have. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. I'm 05? Ooh, we have all ages in here. And 74. 05 to 74, beautiful. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Holy crap! Stuck into the wall next to me it did, about an inch deep. Holy shit! 99, true 90s kid. No words, just terror. This is horrible. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure the husbands in this game have it rough. They sure do. I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Of course not. Of course not. I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow, or a bow, excuse me, or the like. What? Attack? Oh, who are you gonna attack? There are a lot of close calls, Adzel. Yeah, me neither, Propinkist. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Oh, Thames. Okay, thank you, Accordion. I've never pronounced it out loud. I've read it a lot. I've never pronounced it out loud. Okay. Okay. Thames? Tims. One of the two. Thames, Tims. Thames. Okay, so these two work together. Okay. There we go. Right here. Pit. So I think I can pit 2 with 5. Wait, let me double check. River Temi. Okay, and what does the first guy say? The accused left behind evidence at the scene. The books. Okay. Okay, so I think this is gonna be... Yeah. The window is open. Let's try that.
Objection!
Those two statements have a deeply significant contradiction. You mean they don't... Wait, what? Connection, excuse me. They don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps this could be one such novel alternative? It's okay, Kane. Whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garadeb's room at the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that was found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was... I think it's the knife, right? This is crazy. If that murdered them, or that caused them to be put at mortal risk, that's wild. And justice, in terms of spousal abuse being reprimanded, as it should be. We need to get a hold of juror number 5's wife, by the way.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife, have you ever seen it before? What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window, a window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Thud. My lord! I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... Oh. I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I quite agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. She croaked, R.I.P. All together now, ladies and gents? We did it! Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, the result of the defense's summation examination, a number of the jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. What roast will Van Zieks come up with this time? I hope it involves a clown or a circus or something. Van Zieks popping a vein right now. He needs to... He's late for his appointment to get some more wine. Hallowed chalice. What do they do if one of the jurors is unconscious, I wonder? True. True. We did it. Oh, wait, whoops. Sorry, I didn't read that. No, she's still in a coma, Ron. I might have misspoke. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. The miracle never happened. The victim is still in the yeah, Juror 4 just fell unconscious. I'm losing, it's a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. Yo. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? It did, didn't it, Propincus? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Geradev household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Geradev's house to the scene is some 15 yards. He did say that, Offie. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters, that's a bit farther than I imagined. As you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the third book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? I would not, Ron. I would not. So what, she's a quarterback. She's Tom Brady. She's, Patrick Mahomes this year. And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? Listen, this is Ace Attorney. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. We're getting a bit meta here. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. Get him, Susato. Van Zieks reads The Adventures of Sherlock confirmed. Definitely. That's what she had a problem with? Yeah. Don't you dare mock detective stories. The court has a duty to explore this alternate explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Geradev, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive, a cross-examination of a juror! Get my guy Rolly a bed, please. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zieks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have been flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. This is true, Offie. I mean, I've come to expect it at this point. She is essential. Well? Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now. Sir? I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Yeah, what happened? Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh, and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. Stand forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternate explanation of events. Yes, sir. Susato would be a pretty good lawyer. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. That's not true. That's not true. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Oh. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. What? He's sleeping! He's always sleeping! He's never not sleeping! I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Get out! This is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows! That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. The fictional British police, true, Ron? No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Trite? Trite. Are those the bells of peak fiction? Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Right. But, okay, it swings open along the outer edge, you see. Okay. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement's window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening. This is all news to me. Exactly, Nessius. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down. Gotcha? No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something which we discounted already. Okay, that can't be... You see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Okay. Well, I wanted to press, like, immediately. Well, let's press this one.
Hold it!
To learn more about the windows. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. They're restricted to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. The Chad Sleepery Officer versus the Virgin Great Attorney. Here's the location where the object would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite of the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for someone to have mentioned this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. Little detail, but I really like how he adjusts his band. What would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. What say you?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? So he helped with the investigation yesterday. I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, on the street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beats. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see, I was unaware. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby. After all, extraordinary people are Bobbies, working tirelessly for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love, that must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Damn straight, leave it to me. I'll take care of it immediately. Okay. I came in late, but I love how Pat and Rolly use the 3D sprites to the absolute fullest. Welcome in, Lupin Day. I agree too. The sprite where she uses his body and punches with it, it's adorable. It's one of my favorites so far.
Hold it!
So would you have seen it? But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. But Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry for the girl in the coma, but at least we can go to brunch. Sorry. The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, but with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yeah, but, okay, your trusty Rolly can't... Well, he falls asleep. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I got a little lost. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. It is cute. It is very cute. Zorro's ancestor? I was watching on my phone up until now, and I thought the guy had an insane mustache, but now realize it's the cap he's snacking on. Yeah. He used it like a pacifier, almost. Yeah, I don't believe that you didn't take your eye off the crime scene. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one approached the scene, nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. The burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household. But the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. True. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garadeb without consulting you, even if the judge did deny me. I see. Well, I agree with you. I wonder who would be the guy in the store to ask for a book that has a corner of the content, right? Could you imagine? We do need testimony from Miss Garadeb, if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Think about it. No matter how far it is across the road, or how that window opens, the book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. So what I'm getting... This game tends to like you to press everything every now and then. So I think I have to press the first one.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man, it's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today as my long-suffering wife, beside my long-suffering wife, and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly, suh. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat, oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? I see, sir. You should have said so earlier. Well, so could you answer the question? Absolutely. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. Could it, Will Rule? They would hide sprites like that behind... behind, pressing everything? It's like the devs went, we worked really hard programming these lines in. Please take a look at them. Yeah. Before I get to that, so just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution that is, of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some of the tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal, but I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Lady first had a funny pointing animation toward Mr. McGill did if you pressed him. Oh, really? Interesting. I get a specific satisfaction knowing that I was able to pinpoint some statements that I was supposed to scrutinize, you know? But there's also benefits to pressing everything, like the dialogue, the animations. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. Oh, this is a character thing with her. I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing? Just because I'm a woman doesn't make my statement any less, or testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? I think there's some achievements in the game hidden behind certain press sequences, too. Yeah, I'm sure there are. Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. So she's going to implicate something here. She's going to blow the case open through the next statement. I humbly ask you to continue, Mrs. Beat. I see, Propinkist. Yeah, my approach tends to be very variable. Sometimes I press a lot, sometimes I try to hone in. What could she possibly be about to say? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Okay.
Hold it!
Interesting, Lupin. Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw what I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. Well, very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, it's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, but what bouquet are you talking about? It was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with the farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it just till just now. Had you, my darling? Yes, but that was just between us. Oh dear, no talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise... Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, the bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Really? I'd love to. Van Zieks is so done with this. I see, Propinkist. I hope I'm adequately interested to do that for Case 5 as well. Okay, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot. Mr. Wolfos, thank you so much. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. Thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Thank you. 2/3 of a year. I really appreciate it, Mr. Wolfos. I'm doing really well. I'm in a good mood. Things are going well. I love this game. It's great, and I'm having a great time. I hope you're well as well. And I am thoroughly enjoying this game. Yes, it's so good. True, Esper. Francisca was very liberal with her whip use. I will attempt to adequately rein in my fangirl.
Objection!
I will attempt to adequately rein in my fangirling then. No need, Propinkist. Please, don't rein in your fangirling at all. I love it. And thank you, Kingslayer, for the 500 bits and the unique alert. Thank you so much, 500 bits. Just let us know if you want that to go towards something. Like I said before, Great Ace Attorney 2 is up there, if you want to put it towards that or something else. Perfect. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Wolfos, for the 8-month resub. And yours goes towards Great Ace Attorney 2 as well. Perfect. Van Zeeks wants you to fangirl as much as possible. Thank you guys for the resub and for the 500 bits. Also, let me check something. Crap. I didn't add, oh no, objection is for 500 bits or more, I think. An appropriate notification indeed. Thank you again, Kingslayer. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't. Oh, crap. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the other, the opposite. Curious indeed, isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh. Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits he found, of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house. He could only afford one flower, yeah. With all the change he got. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. If it was believed to be of no relevance to the case, or it was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Okay. It's a symbol of our love. Aww. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Yeah, that's kind of sweet. You know, it's just a rose, but his wife was so attached and so happy with it, right? Okay. Sorry, I wanted to press this. Examine this. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Rolly. Okay. English rose. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Maybe you should branch out with your flower knowledge. Learn some that aren't fruit tree based. Okay, okay. What is this? Very stylish paper the flower's wrapped up in. It's just old newspaper. It looks so exotic. Is something wrong? No. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Okay. Okay, so that's important somehow. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment. So what is the relevance for this here? The shock of seeing the stabbed victim... Oh, that's just like Phoenix, isn't it? That's funny, Soul Samurai. Oh, is it Oratorio? That's cool, thank you. I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way. Oh, you know what? I think I know. He says he didn't take his eye off the crime scene for one moment, but I think he did, and I think the reason he did that was to take it to the other side of the road. Let me save real quick. Either Big Brain or Clown AJ moment. Let's see.
Objection!
How come? Because it was theirs? You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. On the opposite side of the Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, don't be mean, Van Zeeks, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Jeez! Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why would Constable Beat not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Yeah, very nice touch, Esper. I like that as the game progresses, he becomes more confident. And he hits the table a lot more often now, or the bench. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belongs to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. Oh, yeah, if they fell from the window, what are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Did he take all of that stuff? What? Why would he do that? Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street, and yet it's on the east, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. Oh, wait, yeah. But in fact... Yeah, okay, I don't understand this part. On the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. One day. Are you winning, AJ? Maybe, Nora? We'll see. I'm a little confused about who'd moved them. Or why it was moved. I like them as well, Offie. It adds such tension to it. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. So I think it might have been Rolly for some reason. Good, Mrs. Garadeb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering? Nice, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there was someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Is it because of the boundaries of the beat? I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? I think it's our boy here. As it so often does, Nice. I think it's him. I think it has something to do with her sense of direction and his boundaries for his beats, or something like that.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? From Scotland Yard? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense, why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beats, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? It was him. He did it. No one's straighter than my husband. But maybe he's bi, Patricia. True. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beats, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered me no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you're mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this tampering. Yes, my lord. Deep breath, my dude. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Yeah, I think it's where the victim... I think it's where the victim fell. I think it's where the victim fell. That would screw with his wife's testimony. And they weren't on the opposite side of the street. Yeah, okay, I think that's what it is. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? And he has been conspicuously silent this whole time. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place? One sec. One second. I'm just a little busy. Okay, where did the crime take place, you ask? So this is where it was supposedly taken place, but I think it actually took place here. Right outside the lodgings. I'm pretty sure.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road? I don't understand. I don't really either, but I think that's what this is pointing to. On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Hold on, Your Honor. I've got a save in my mind.
Objection!
It's like, have you guys seen Fleabag? Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Fleabag's so good. Okay, so what I'm referring to there is, like, you know, in season 2 when the priest goes like, "You just went away somewhere." Like, what was that? During the thing. I won't spoil it too much. That's what Ryu just did. Imagine being Subaru in Ace Attorney. Oh boy. It was 5 o'clock. Yeah, and just restarting when you screw up the trial. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. That's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beast then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side. They're extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Oh, so he didn't move it. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek says it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. I see. It can't be seen in the dark, which is why it was only the bouquet that didn't move. Right, in its original position. It's all clicking. Yeah, but what was the motive? I have no clue. And that is the defense's theory for what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I'm not really concerned too much with parsing out the motive myself at this moment, but let's see. The wound didn't prove fatal. Okay. To tamper with the scene. I'm not sure. I don't know. It may be obvious to you in retrospect, but not to me at the moment. What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. Something to do with his work, maybe? I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of at the moment. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? A little detail, but I like that she is not telling him, oh no, it's fine, and defending him for doing it. She's saying, why would you do something wrong? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Oh, I'm glad you had a heartfelt goodbye with your professor, Offie. And I hope it was a good class overall. Oh, they're sharing one long scarf? I knew he had the long scarf, I didn't realize that. Explain yourself, why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say so. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this, for damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman? Thank you, Shadow Roamers, for the hydrate, and it's going really well. It's going really well. We're getting towards, I think, the climax of the case pretty soon, and I've enjoyed myself thoroughly. I hope your Monday is going well. AJ about to feel real silly? Well, I don't know. We don't have to tell me I'm silly for not realizing things that are obvious in retrospect. This is my first time playing through it. There are a lot of things I'm thinking about. And to be fair, I think I've done pretty well during this case. I've had no game overs, no problems with, no setbacks, you know? There's a lot left. Oh, we might not be able to do it all stream then. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter so far. The case hasn't ruined the duology for you? Insane. Nope. No. Can you believe it? This case is good? Oh yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you'd better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. I don't, really. The work is the only thing I can think of. Pinning it on him because of racism is also something that came to mind earlier, but maybe they coalesce. I'm not sure. What gives away the motive? Oh dear. Okay. Oh no. Now I have to know. Okay, so it's not this. It's not the local map. It's not the book receipt. Case file? It's one of the weaker cases, but it doesn't mean anything. The whole game is legendary. When you say the whole game, do you mean the first part, like the first 5 cases, or the whole duology? We calling out racist? Hell yeah. Oh, reporting officer Rolly Beat. Hold on. Yes, he could have easily framed him. Okay. I don't think it's that. Warrant card? Oh, I didn't even look at this. A small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they're discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. See you, Shadow Roamers. So was he lying about this not being in his beat? I guess he was. Yeah, he was. He was. To his wife? Or to us earlier as well? Cool. I can't wait, Offie Burger. That'll be awesome. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. What is the motive? The only thing I can think of is bitterness about his work. In which case, I guess I would present that. And framing someone. So what am I trying to present here? What gives away the motives? I'm gonna try. So Hailing, I'm gonna try to finish this case. But if it's like another 3 hours, 2.5 hours, or something like that, I'll probably have to stop beforehand. So I intend to go until I finish the case. That's not really. I don't know how much longer that'll be. But maybe that'll help you plan accordingly. It won't be much longer than an hour and a half or so. That's probably where I'll cut it.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land. And I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways, there's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. He was clearly doing it for his family. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Oh, it was their friggin' anniversary, right? Special how? On account of this bouquet. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable B worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And was right, okay, yeah. So I was kind of on the right track. I didn't get it all together, but I get it now. Looking so forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? Yeah, he wanted to celebrate it. Right. Wow. This is the warrant that Constable Beats offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beats... Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Wow. That's very heartfelt. The overwork, to summarize. The incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Oh my gosh. My average is not supposed to be 5.5 hours at all, antagonist, but yeah, I guess it is. This is... holy shit, this line. That is... yeah, that is crazy raw. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report the situation to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help the detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? Very dark, Esper. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty. It was then that I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meersham Street, and then... Wow, that was really good. I wonder what he must think. Van Zeeks. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted... just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Wow. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... well, I was sure the victim was dead. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? Oh, this song. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. That was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. Can you tell us, Constable? Rolly is crazy raw all of a sudden. How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? It is soft, it's really good. It was 4. Yes, sir, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the upstairs window in the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all... Rolly top 100 antagonists? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Yes, sir, no doubt about it. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated. Okay. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I didn't see the harm. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord? Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Wow. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. I love what Van Zieks is doing here. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime. Oops. Never, you mean to say, whoa. That was weird. My controller just started rumbling like mad. Leave now. The trial is not yet over. So, I love that from Van Zieks. My controller was shocked too, yeah. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume was the only person who could have committed this crime. Nothing's really changed there, in terms of their perception. No, I disagree. My controller was overwhelmed as much as me. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Yes! Yes, if the crime scene was moved, she was there on that side of the street, which means it was Mrs. Garadeb, potentially. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is already well aware of this possibility. Lord Van Zieks, is this true? This part has been great, Nora. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. I think it has to be her.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to reveal the truth, it is imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection.
That request has already been denied. Yeah, but the scene's changed. The situation's very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. What of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. And as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not the books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Sorry. Going with my phone. Oh! Thank you, F, for the raid! Thank you very, very much, F. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. Welcome in to anyone coming in. If you don't want great Ace Attorney spoilers, just be aware of that. Thank you. How is your rewatch for Hunter x Hunter going, by the way? I know, actually. I think I know, but nonetheless. There we go. Sorry about that. Did someone say Hunter x Hunter? I did. F and Critty are rewatching. I love it more than ever. Beautiful. If you check out the manga, I hope you would love that as well. From what I remember, I don't think you've read past the anime, but I could be wrong. As such, you threw not the books, but everything you could lay your hands on, including the knife. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? We were talking about 14, go away. God damn. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? God, she's awful. And anyway, the man over there in that regalia said the members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes. No. I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It should have come from anywhere, or could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how could you expect me to know? What's that? Yeah, Van Zieks is crazy good this case. Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Now you listen to me. There we go. You listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. Van Zieks' Edgeworth put awesome? Damn. You're gonna have to prove to me that I threw the knife, that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst. Van Zieks earning himself that good vintage wine and the 10 replacement chalices? Indeed he is. Yeah, I was about to say that. I couldn't bear the thought of hurting someone, says someone who is literally abusing her husband. That would imply that Edgeworth is not awesome, though. I can't agree. Yeah, he was joking. I think. Yeah, it said /J. If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Hell yes, Van Zieks. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm gonna have to testify? Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Ms. Garadeb, and mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Edgeworth is amazing. Edgeworth is the second best character in the original trilogy, IMO. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. My favorite is Godot hailing. What a moment. This music? Camera angles? Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm, well, I love how the music blends into this. Oh my gosh. I'm a juror and such like. Sounds like she doesn't even know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided that your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. What is this music? What the hell? This is so good. Yeah, my top 3 for the original trilogy is Godot, Edgeworth, Phoenix, in that order. Do you understand, madam? True, Esper. Very contrary. Yeah, Ryu is actually feeling like he's part of this, you know? It's great. Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Why is he so based? Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Where did he come from? I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Husband ex machina. Hailing a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Interesting. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I had a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Sure you can. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw it in. Isn't that, like, literally the point of this? Can you not specify? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. Okay. If that bally thing went in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'd have a job proving it, I think. Hey, Pedrolito. How are you? 2 couples in a row, indeed. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that morning, or that evening. Although, an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept us shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. A veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Great day so far, Pedrolito. Glad to hear it. I must say that I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife, and combat once focused narrow such that the surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than what they've testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Okay, so this is the one I wanted to specify. Because she said whatever I could find. So what could you find?
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How does she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? I really... Like, that is so awful. Like, how are we talking about this? This is a bit of a power scaling question, but if Gojo versus Sukuna does happen, who do you have winning and why? I don't really know, Rockstar. Unfortunately, like I've said before, I'm no good with power scaling, so I've got no clue. It depends on the context of the story. I'd have to use story-based reasons, so if it's right at the end, or if it's in the middle, kind of depends on where my answer would go. This feels like a separate case waiting to happen, right? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. No? Good God, that scared the hell out of me. Let me see, some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin? I'm sure. All very soft objects, right? Here's a better question. Who do you like more between Gojo and Sukuna? I like Gojo more than Sukuna. Gojo, I like Gojo quite a bit more than Sukuna. It's so messed up, she was literally throwing flaming books and knives at him, and the game is just like normal marital squabble. Who are those people? If you're talking about the names we were just talking about, they're from Jujutsu Kaisen. Sukuna's stocks are, I mean, there's potential, but I'm not one of the better characters in the series just yet for me, but there's a lot of potential for Sukuna. Okay, what do you got to say, man? Good day to you, Dave. Do you have something to add, sir? No, Jujutsu Kaisen, Esper. Hope you're doing well, Dave. Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch indeed. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit. Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you. Obviously. Isn't that attempted murder? That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying! Like, what's going on? How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. Very nice, Dave. This music is really great. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, so your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? She's the worst! I wonder what we should make of this account. I think it's important. There's a difference between sponges and solid objects like that. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance. Right, Offieburger, literally everyone. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? You can check my top 100 list, Rockstar. In that list, I have Griffith as higher. But who knows in the future when I make my updated one in the next couple months. In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Thank you for linking it. Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Okay. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Yeah, Joan... Yeah, Propinkus, Joan isn't AJ Core, let's just put it that way. What can you tell about the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing. Okay. Well, let's examine the pipe we just got. There's something there. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. It appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes in... Is there blue paint over the knife? Oh, am I in forensics? Am I CSI? Ooh, if there's blue paint in the knife, you guys gotta call me CSI AJ from now on. Don't actually do that. Call me at once, if that happens. It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though. It's clearly new. I do, Oratorio. But if it's something that can be redeemed with a reward, then it falls under that. And I'm not sure where your question is, Rockstar. It does look to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Yeah, I understand, Rockstar, that the question's about my list, but what's the actual question? Either that or he can't afford to replace it. Okay, let's go back. Alex CSI and... Okay, where's the knife? Can we open it? Is there blue? Is there not blue? No! I'm not a CSI, god damn it. I'm sorry guys, I failed you. Oh. Wait, hold up. Is the chip off? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. What could have been, indeed, Algie. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think... It could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear. I hope not. Sounds terribly painful. Is that all there is here? Saved under contacts is not CSI AJ. One day we'll get there. Okay. It looks like that's it. Okay. You'd have a job proving it. Oh, a big-time hater. Big-time hater. Oh, Burger. Alex CSI Ender is AJ's second channel pertaining to the theories and retrospective on a mystery and crime scenes such as Death Note, Psychopaths. No, Oratorio. I don't agree that that's a problem with the story, or rather, that never bothered me, or that never stuck out to me as something that's a problem. And Wolfman, I plan on playing Persona 3. Oh, whoops. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know, Offie Burger. I don't know the difference. I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'd be able to prove anything new outside from this testimony, but in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. I know. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried that in fact, a knife belonging to one of them caused the victim's injury. We could find a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory. We need to see the tip of the knife in the victim. It would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. We must. We must find the last crucial piece of evidence. Ah! So I examined this part. Ugh, what is the like, there should be... Because there's supposed to be a, like, you would imagine there's a tip and a fragment of the knife that's in the victim, but like, how do I find that? Like, that's the crucial piece of evidence that they're talking about, right? Sorry, guys, I'm a bit too immersed to properly read that at the moment. Was there anything? A tip? A knife fragment in their back? Nora, if I'm missing something obvious, like if I did something really dumb that I missed, then sure. But if I can work up to it, then no. You can use your judgment on that, I guess. Let me press this. But let me press this one. Or this one.
Hold it!
Have I examined everything I have? I think. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. The fragment's here? Oh my, it was there the whole time. Okay, I saw it. Something stuck in there. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. The tip of the blade. I was looking for the tip of the blade in, like, the autopsy report. The tip of the blade, surely it couldn't be... Okay, there we go. The most obvious... Okay, sorry. I really want to present this now. Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume's innocent. No paint on the knife, but knife in the paint. Wrong equation, but still right answer. We got there in the end. You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it is yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who handled the knife, but I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. If only you could examine fingerprints or something like that. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? It exists? Wow, Susato and me. Whenever people touch anything, they leave a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say, but I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Some interesting world building there. I almost lost it when you were like, wait, I gotta examine the knife. That's funny. Okay, sorry, let me read those messages I missed earlier while I was so engaged in my clownery. Okay. And I think this one right here, right? Here we go. Here we go.
Objection!
Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? Oh, hell yeah. Big time, Propangist. I love the circus. So sorry, let me read what someone said earlier. I think later it would be best to ask people's thoughts on which version to play because I hope you enjoy the story to the fullest. I'll do my research. FES is the more complete game with all the cutscenes and whatnot, whereas Portable is a stripped-down version that cuts out the 3D models outside of combat, and the anime cutscenes are slideshows. It's more like a visual novel. I don't think it works as well for the playthrough. Given Offie's explanation there's clearly a superior one, at least in my view. And yes, Rockstar, if you're ever interested in knowing if I've read or watched something, you can refer to my anime list. But yes, I finished Gintama. The London police began using fingerprints as evidence in 1901, so just a few years later, eh? You can ask, but I don't see a bally thing. You can't. Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days... Oh, whoa, what do you say? I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. He does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing to be asked about every other letter in every other word. You must D very dizzy. Nice one, Ryu. What is that, a tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? By this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Hell yes, I do. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Easy. Give me something difficult.
Take that!
The same pipe he was using to stir his tea, true. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing. A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of its victim.
Objection!
No. That's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The organs? Ah! Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks! I don't believe it! The knife is from the crime scene, and this fragment of metal are a perfect match! That's very sweet, Wolfman. Thank you very much. I don't think you need something difficult? I do. Give me something difficult. Lay it on me. Order! Is this some kind of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle. So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Yeah, Van Zeeks is very shaken. I love it. Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. The miracle never happened. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. It was Ramuki. Had this thing in my hand at the time of the... as usual at the time of the onslaught. True. Not to clean out with one of her... Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, she's shaking. He's trembling too. Dearie me. Oh, this part of the song. It's so good. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1, and yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out into the out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Right, Ramuki? Unbelievable. There's no S in the command. No!
Objection!
Lay it on me. Lay it on me, Van Zeeks. Give me some wine. Take a sip. Throw it out. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. Thank you, Soul Samurai, for the hydrate. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. When he throws his wine into the gallery, it's like a... is it like a baseball game where you get to keep it if you catch it? I sincerely hope so. An insurmountable... what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... ah! What the what the hell was that? You silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above... yeah, that's true. Yep. There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Right, Dave? Says there's an inconsistency, doesn't explain Ryunosuke fucking dies. Order! Quite right, you see, exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Joan is the worst. Joan is the worst. Me too, antagonist. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? The leg is the explanation. It would appear that the defense had made a rather spectacular blunder. The theory even has one inconsistency it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close, I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Miss Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were indeed on is correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this in court is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. She's on a box. I never realized that. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. Okay, I have a theory. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Well, maybe not. I don't think that works. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. My theory is that the book fell out the book was tossed out the window first, knocked her out. She was collapsed face first on the pavement, and then the knife came down and went into her back. At the moment, that's what I think. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the victim that fell... how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. So it would be the book. If my theory's correct, it would be the book. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back... Oh crap, no. I did not mean to do that. The book. Let's do it.
Take that!
How would the book have landed in her hand if it fell first, though? Well, Mr. Beat rearranged that, right? From what I understand, he rearranged the body and put it in, and I think he might have put it in her hand after that. He said it was in her hand, though? Did he? Then it fell out. It fell out of the window, and she picked it up. Or as she bent down and picked it up, and then the knife hit her. That's what I'll amend it. I'll amend it. That's my new theory. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Oh no. I did Battler emotes and then I accidentally added Alexand Clown. There we go. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beats made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. That's how I found it. Okay, yep. God, this goes hard. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By jingo! I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh dearie me. God, what the hell? We know that the book fell from the top floor onto the of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in light fog when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garadeb, what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Pick it up. I can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. This poor woman, and picked the book up. I hope she wakes up. I'm glad you've enjoyed so much, Horns fan. And I hope you enjoy the ones you pick up. Oh. Heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? Exactly. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book. God. The jackknife straight into the middle of her back. At the same time, walking by chance directly under Miss Green was the defendant. Directly under? Behind. Why did I say under? Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed in the dark and the fog. We didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her parent attacker. This is a interesting... I like the way this case was formulated, how it all comes together. There never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, there was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. Right, Esper? Never a day this unfortunate. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadeb. I disagree. I disagree. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Yeah. What happened to you loving dislikable characters, AJ? Oh, I love dislikable characters, but only when they're really written really well. I don't think Joan is. Unfortunately, not to the standard of Van Zieks, Herlock Sholmes, Ryu, Kazuma, Susato. Even McGill did. Has a partner never thrown a knife at you, AJ? Not quite, not yet. Hey Trish, welcome back. Hope the gym was good, or the workout was good. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Tough workout, but we got through it. Very nice. Very nice, Trish. I think he was antagonist. Ah, I see oratorio. I suppose so, Accordion, but I do think it stumbles a little bit. Lord Van Zieks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. How do you feel about most of the character design so far in The Great Ace Attorney compared to the original trilogy? Compared to it, I think it's the same level of quality. Very good. Very striking, which isn't easy to do in a shifted 3D. There's some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim was being treated. She's okay. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she'll regain consciousness. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. That's what I was thinking of, Afi. How's it going, buddy? You good? Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. Soseki was definitely very cool. No, it was me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing too, didn't he? He thought she had been killed as well. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. I'd say the rift is... I don't blame that on you. I don't blame that on Soseki. For that, I'm truly sorry. I blame that on the racism that's led to him being this scared in the first place. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit had been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? Yeah, can we name the young lawyer from the East? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old beam while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? It's about time. I say, I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, don't I? Or won't I? Me too. I love this theme, Offie Burger. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Me too, Kingslayer. This guy had a full day of jury duty. Screwedness, agonizing jury duty, and then he's been granted the freedom to go and do his hard day's work to provide for his family. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. That's true, Propinkist. The tone was very different earlier. Yeah, I need a clap emote as well. Oh, I should add one. Oh, I need to add one. I need to make a note for myself to make one. Finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, Lord Sir. You are a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never be brought before me. Yes, sir, of course. A clap? I don't know if I'll use that in the end, but it's there now. If there's a better anime clap or video game clap, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. I don't know, Esper. I don't know the law. Evangelion clap emote? That's Critties. Dark Knight Joker? Thank you, Nora. Oh, Locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, the Drake one from the Raptors game, Remuki? Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! He's cute. I'm pleased, Mr. Natsume's delighted. Would it be so hard to say that, then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. Are you a Drake fan? I am not a Drake fan. I don't listen to much music outside of video game and anime soundtracks, to be honest. I'm a huge nerd. And some of Drake's songs I like well enough, but I'm not a fan of his. I will say, the 21 memes are priceless. They're priceless. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely loyal locum lawyer. Yes? I like this song a lot. As I said before, I never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. That's funny, Offie. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? There you are, my dear fellows. Thank you, Gil, for the 5 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Gil. I'm glad that you seem to be impressed by this game from what you've seen. Thank you very much, Gil. Oh, the king! The king's here! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here and not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. Oh, man. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? It's you! Hairlock Sholmes! Have we met, sir? Morning? It's afternoon. Honestly, mood. I just started clapping for no reason. I guess Sholmes does that to you. It does, Andres. This is Mr. Natsume, the man you arrested, Mr. Sholmes. The man you arrested, Mr. Sholmes. I see, I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either in your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. It is risen in my ever-expanding list along with Thousand Year Door. Ooh. When you play Thousand Year Door, oh boy. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. Also, Super Paper Mario is a good shout as well. It's not quite as good as the other two, but I still think it's very good. This is all your fault, Hairlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Ooh. Oh, I love that, Andres. Having nostalgia for Super Paper Mario must be wonderful. I have not played Origami King, no. It's a lot better than people give it credit for. I'm glad you enjoy it. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Can I play for a Sticker Star AJ stream? No. I appreciate it, Andres, but no. That will not be happening. Nothing. Priceless, oh, I'm sorry, really, but... That was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Super Paper Mario is so good. I totally agree with Propinkist. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny, and it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there was no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Oh yeah. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, it is, Offie Burger. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still cursed. You're still doomed. You'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning would be nice next time, Miss Susato. Oh, Dementio's amazing. I put him on one of my lists. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yeah, he just looks back at you. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I left Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped, and I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Oh, she's crying. You really should, Offie. I think it's a great game. I think you'll like it. I would pay for a Super Paper Mario Ages stream if I could. That one's not impossible. That one's not impossible. Very based, Andres. He's so good. In perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. So this is a reference to who this guy was based off of, right? This is really smart. Susato's great, Gil. Yakuza 0? Sometime in the future you may be able to, Trish. I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. To be clear, like, not the near future. Not the near future. Yeah, there are other games we gotta do first. Great Ace Attorney 2, Outer Wilds, Disco Elysium, some Final Fantasy. Yakuza 0 is your third favorite game ever, eh? God damn. Xenoblade 3, true, but the way I play that will be a bit more fragmented. I'm gonna have to do some off stream as well. Also, I don't even have my Switch right now. I know next to nothing about this guy, but he apparently is a writer. Yeah. FF10? 9, 10, and 6, I think, are on there. Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? No, why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we finally have found our feet. Sounds good, Propinkist. Perfect, you're like beyond Netedo. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, ceiling, and walls. Crazy deal. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. An evil spirit? Oh yes, if it tries to suffocate you while asleep, it's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Yes, 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 yes. I'm your biggest fan. I'm your biggest fan. Please let me. A vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Oh my god, they were roommates. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? This is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings with the great detective office's attic. We're living with Sherlock Sholmes. I can't believe it. I'm too overcome for words, so suggesting we might look elsewhere is out then. Don't deny it, you want to live with him. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. No! I'm not going for the gay sex route, Dave. This is purely wholesome. I'm just his biggest fan. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Yeah, there's only one case left of this game after this. Somebody's happy. He sees something in you. True will rule. Locum, I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. Yeah, we're only at 23.5%. We're a bit higher than that. Some people donated their sub today to it, so it's a bit higher than that. I've come to realize that I belong in Japan, but Locum, we'll meet again one day. I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocent... I'll get to that in a second. Innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Sorry for butchering that. We rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Thank you so much for the 5-bomb. Oh. What the hell? Thank you so much for the 5-bomb, Offie Burger. Those go straight to Great Ace Attorney 2. Will do. Oh no, Dave, there are 5 cases this game. Thank you so much, Offie Burger. I really appreciate it, and I hope you continue to enjoy the streams. Hope you continue to, and with your greater availability, that'll be awesome. Thank you so much. I always appreciate you. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office. Yeah, Antagonist, can you DM me with your... Did you DM me with your email? Did you already do that? Did I just forget? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? Oh, Susato's theme. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only... Oh... I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Whoa! Whoa, 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 my dude. The final case is very long and just incredible. I can't wait. Oh no, he's hot! Thank you so much. Thank you, Accordion, for continuing the gift sub you got from Kimmy. I just licked my screen. I don't know, Hailing. We finished the case. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. To the Great Ace Attorney 2. Perfect. Thank you. Yes, so we have a sub from Accordion Heart going to the Great Ace Attorney 2, and 5 from Offie Burger. I really hope we can get the Great Ace Attorney 2 funded in time. That game is even more amazing than this one. Yeah, so it'll have to be funded in time for the end of the last stream for this. So there's still, I imagine, at least a couple weeks. But yeah, Sholmes is looking hot. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Great Ace Attorney 2 is currently top 2 on Backlogged? That's crazy. Antagonist, if you want to be added to the Google Doc, please just send me your email in Twitter DMs. Unless you already have and I've ignored that, which is my fault. I just forgot. Until I discover the dark truth... Whoa. Until I discover the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? Oh, the music! London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights... Whoa, cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo...
Objection!
Welcome to London. Yo. Yo. I'm not going to press anything because I want the strings to come in here. Thank you so much, Dilcor. Hold on. Those strings make me weep. Those strings are so beautiful. Thank you so much, Dilcor, for the 500 bits. Those go towards Great Ace Attorney 2 as well? Perfect. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. I really appreciate it. As soon as the stream's done, I will do the math and add the subs to their respective goals. Welcome to London. I knew it was going to fade after that. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. This game is so good! Oh, this game is so good. Just something about the storytelling is so elegant and beautiful. And a lot of it has to do with the music. Essentially, it's a sub-goal, hailing. It's a sub-goal that needs to be fulfilled. Right now, the percentage for it was 23.5%, but it's gone way up because a lot of people have dedicated their subs and bits towards it. So after today, like in just a couple minutes, I will edit it, and there will be a new percentage. And then by the end, if it's fulfilled by the end of my playthrough through this first game, I'll play it immediately after the first game. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the brand new sub, Hailing. Do you want that to go towards it? I assume you do. Thank you so much for the brand new sub. I hope you enjoyed the stream. First time round. Take my money! Thank you very much. Wholeheartedly agree. It feels like there's a consistent, amazing through line that keeps the overarching plotline trucking along throughout both games. It's genuinely fantastic. I'm so engaged. I'm so engaged with this game. I love it, honestly. Just the presentation. I really enjoyed Ace Attorney. Like, you guys saw how much I really loved streaming it. But this is it just speaks to me a bit more. And the writing quality hasn't even really hit the heights of, like, the third game, for example. But if it does, oh, it's over for me. It's over. Good thing there are more games. I agree. Okay, so we saved, and next stream, guys, next Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern, like always, we will be doing episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Interesting. Just so you guys know, the Haikyuu stream, which we would usually do on Wednesday, is a little bit in doubt. It's like a 50-50 about whether I'll be able to do it on Wednesday, but I'll keep you guys updated in the Discord. But everything else for the rest of the week is just like usual. Friday, there will be a One Piece Hunter x Hunter read of the new chapter, and then a One Piece stream, One Piece reading. Sunday will be the anime, and then One Piece. And then Monday, we do this all again with Case 5.